Hello, 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 hello. So today, we will indeed be continuing the thing of Pumpkaboo Hunt. Indeed, we do be overodds there. Indeed, that do be a thing. Indeed. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping to find something today, indeed. Well, you gotta see, you gotta see. As I said, I have been fairly lucky lately, so it would be, of course, understandable if. And the next one would be taking a little while longer to be found, indeed. Yeah. I would like to say that we're probably gonna be good indeed. Today, I would like to say that today I should be able to hit 5k indeed. Nothing goes wrong. AKA if there is no shinies. It's the way that things go wrong, I guess. But yeah. Decided to do a single hunt today, you know. Wasn't really in the mood of doing another, possibly a phase on the Sinistry. And I more or less want this one to be done as well. So that could be a part of a reason why as well. Want to be concentrating on this indeed. Yep. As usual, harvest Pokemon in front. So we'll be most likely be getting Pumpkaboos in the visible encounters, and then it hasn't really worked too well, but there is also a boosted chance for the random encounters for some Pokemon as well. There do be the chance indeed. Like, of course, I'm not trying to go ahead and go for them because that's not really what I'm after, indeed. Since unfortunately, Pumpkaboo is honestly, surprisingly enough, only really available in visible encounters. Which is certainly an interesting choice, to say the least. I mean, of course I don't mind it, like, it's nice to be seeing, you know, the different sizes in the overworld. That's still the coolest thing ever. Like, it's just so cool to just be seeing the different sizes indeed. As I said, I kind of would wish that it would be for more Pokemon than it is, but understandably it's not, you know. Would wish indeed. Of course, as usual, let's just try to get encounters done as best as we can. As best as we can indeed. Supersized one of the day. Cool. Or at least the first one that I did encounter. There might have been some on the back route, but I don't encounter them all the time, of course. Because, you know, they get a chance to be despawning indeed, but mostly indeed. No, the boosted one. Boosted ones are always a little bit too scary because you never really know what their movesets are going to be. They could be having something that you really didn't think of. I guess probably the worst things that it could be doing is like Memento, I guess. I don't really know what else would be bad. Like one that I don't have an encounter for already. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what... There could be a problem at this level. I don't really know. As I said, probably Memento is one of the only things that I can think of right now. I guess self-destruct and explosion as well, but... for some reason I'm kind of doubting it, even though it... You could make an argument that it would be making sense. But... I don't know. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Nothing too bad going on. Seems to be having a runny nose today, but that's about it. And honestly, I don't even understand why. Also, I don't know why. Cat usually, it seems like at this time of day, she just stares out from the window. I honestly don't know why she has started in like the last few weeks. It's not like it was the yesterday's situation that there was also snow falling down. Like today it's not, at least in here, even though Pokemon Go is saying that it's snowing. And snowing is definitely the right word for it, but yeah. There really isn't any snow that I see. It is pretty large area though that it's like covering, but it's still a little bit of a shame indeed. But yeah, I also did check out the old cemetery situation earlier today. I did indeed. And it seems like literally the only move that I should be afraid of would be Perish Song and Memento. It's like surely there's like moves that they can hurt themselves with, but like I most likely will not be attacking them anyways. It's not really a thing that I personally do. So like you and Pokemon would be having moves like Take Down, for example. I don't really get scared of those. And also because it's, you know, wild area, there is the thing to be called as weather, and you know, there can be weathers where the Pokemon will be taking damage as well. I know that it makes them harder to be captured, but it's fine. A little bit harder to catch indeed, but it'll be fine. What is shiny hunting without sometimes having an absolute struggle to be catching something that you should be absolutely be guaranteed to be capturing? What's too fun? Imagine things being too easy. Also, since the cat will be, like in India, to be looking out from the window, it kind of reminds me of, like sometimes you will be having the situations when you're having a pet and they might be having their favorite spot to look out from the window. And you know, you can see where the spot is. It was very apparent in my dad's place. They have like every single time that, you know, they hear that someone is coming, they go ahead and stare at one specific window at a specific spot, so you know you can really see that they have been there a lot. I wonder how many times a year my father needs to be cleaning them, because he likes things to be very clean. I mean, so do be his wife as well, but it's just interesting because, like, of course I understand it's frustrating that you have to just like clean the whole house and then there is, you know, dog's hair everywhere. But then again, can you really do anything about it? Surely we do be having the same problem, but with a cat. So like, it's normal. Like, as I said, I understand completely that you have just cleaned, but like, eh? Can you really blame them though? I know that, like, of course, humans also do be losing hair, but it, of course, like, most of the time it's not that visible as, like, you know, pets is. Because most of the time, like, in my case, it is, like, one hair. Quite, you know, thin and everything, so you can barely see it. But I guess I personally have never really cared about it if the house is a little messy, because at least at some point my mother did teach me that if someone is visiting you and they are bothered by the mess, it's their own fault. Which is partly true, but like, not everything needs to be, you know, super clean. Because I do be knowing people that can be having visitors, or they can be visiting someone if there is even a little bit of a mess. But, you know, I don't know, I just like my home to be looking like there is someone living there. Oddly enough. Because I don't know, for me it has always been the case that if it was first in my, like, with my room, that if my room is like too clean, I don't really want to be there. Like, surely, as I said, I don't mind, like, surely every once in a while things need to be cleaned and stuff like that, but I don't want to be like that all the time though. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. And I will say there's so many times that my absolute least favorite thing to clean is windows. Because half of the time it seems so unnecessary because they're gonna be getting dirty so quickly. Especially in like this place. On both sides, because on the other side of the house there is, you know, a big road, so, you know, dust and everything, especially, you know, during the summer times. And then on the other side of the house there is bunch of trees and the hill there, so it doesn't always feel the most necessary thing to do. And I also guess because, you know, living in a... Even though this place is, like, weird in usual apartment buildings, that is still on the second floor, so, you know... I'm always a little bit afraid. Have I ever fallen down? No. But, you know, it's still there. As I said, thankfully this is the way that this is indeed. It's only like few meters fall if I would be falling out of the window. The only window that it's gonna be a big drop would be on the balcony, but it's like quite a low chance that it will be falling down there. Also, those are the windows that are the most unnecessary ones because getting dirty quite quickly indeed. Also, I don't know why, but every single time that I have been cleaning windows, I haven't been able to get them like looking nice. You know? I can always see that there's some marks there. I mean, it doesn't like bother me that much, but it is still like, it would be nice if it would be looking neat, you know? It would indeed. Pokemons. We're small ones at that, I see. I don't know why, but speaking of small Pokemons, I just wonder how hard it would be to hunt for a you know, with a TNC power for a Sinistea, you know, since it would be a small Pokemon, not too big of a change. Which is kind of a theme with the small Pokemons, honestly, now that I think about it. It's kind of a theme with them, isn't it? There's a lot of them that are just... They do be just, you know, small. And then the shinies, they don't look the most noticeable ones. Of course, it is depending on the game. I like, especially in Scarlet and Violet, it's not the most noticeable ones ever. Especially with Sinistea, because I think the most freaking part is because, you know, the T part of each. it's like purplish. So you know it can be tricking your brain. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that Sinisty per se is a bad shiny, but I mean, I wouldn't mind also if the T part would be changing. Like, it wouldn't be need to change by too much in my opinion. But, you know, just enough. Just, you know, enough like that indeed. Maybe it could become lighter or darker. I don't know. It's pretty unusual G color if you ask me. Yeah, well, it could have like at least changed like a little bit. It would, as I said, it wouldn't need to be like drastically different, like switching to blue, for example. Even though I think it would have been kind of cool, because then like the colors would be kind of switching up between the tea color and the teacup color, you know? Would it be a perfect? No, but it'd be kind of cool though. Yeah. Just wonder. Like, there is a Cutifly as well, like... It is an okay shiny. And like... Of course in the games that you will encounter Pokemons like this, facing in Scarlet and Violet. It's not of course impossible to see, but... As I said, if it would be... The saturation as well would be changing drastically, it would be making, in my opinion, the shiny in that game to be easily noticeable. I would like to say that maybe Ribombi's scarf would be like nice and noticeable, because you know it is quite bright red. Which I'll quite like. Yeah. But I guess the worst one of the bunch to be looking for from the smallest ones that I can right now think of would be Flabébé. I don't think that I have personally seen anyone to be going for a shiny Flabébé in Scarlet and Violet without a sandwich boost. Slash outbreak, slash places that only include spawnage. Which is honestly understandable. I will say though that it does get better when it evolves, of course, but I don't know. I don't know what they could have done with Flabébé. But it is interesting to think about that, you know, Flabébé was introduced in Generation 6, as it was, you know. But then on the following generation we have Minior. I'm pretty sure that's the name because I'm kind of blanking. And like the difference between the two is that, you know, Minior has like one shiny and Flabébé has like all the forms have different shinies. Like, I understand that they are, you know, different enough, It's still interesting to think about that, you know, they both did have like multiple different forms. One of them got like one shiny and the other one did get shinies for each of the forms. I don't know. As I said, my problem really is with the Flopbaby is that the changes are small. As I said, it gets better when it evolves. I do be loving it, indeed. But I wonder how nice it would have been looking if, like, it would have been like purple flower from the beginning to be the shiny, you know? Also, one thing that I'm also wondering, like, how would you be able to notice shiny Minior on Scarlet and Violet if it would be added to the game? Just wondering a little bit. How would it be? Yes, of course, like Minior's problem is that pretty much the only way to say that it's or see that it's shiny is to see the sparkles. That is pretty much the only way. Either to see it sparkle or like destroy the shell. I'm like trying to look for every single differences that there would be. I mean, I don't know. I have maybe one idea that they could be doing in Scarlet and Violet to be making Minior shiny to be a little bit more obvious. I don't know how cool it would be, but I don't know. I would kind of like it because I like glowing things myself. Yeah, that do be that. What if it would be glowing with the color that it's like, you know, the color that it is through the shell? You know, there's the eye holes there, kind of. Maybe only that, or just give like overall like an aura. I don't know which one would be cooler, but I mean, that would be making it somewhat, you know, easier to be hunting for each indeed in Scarlet and Violet. Because Minior do be kind of unique on that part, that it is kind of the only Pokemon that do be having shiny like that. Do be quite unique like that indeed. Like, it's a cool Pokemon, and I definitely am going to be using it at some point. Whenever I get down to it, to be playing the games. I have actually planned for it already, like I have teams planned, so whenever I do be getting down to it, then I will be indeed be evolving using it in my team. Because most of my problems is that might be having a type overlap and or other Pokemons that I would rather use. The usual problems, you know. Yeah, I'm very interested in using it though. I also know that it's one of the most frustrating Pokemons, as I said, to shiny hunt for. Because the problem is that it's really only available in, like, I would like to say like one game, even though it's technically in 4 different games, but you know, same region, same everything pretty much. So it's not really available in any games. Which is a shame because I kind of like the idea. And, you know, it would be fitting for pretty much everywhere. Would be a Pokemon also that I would kind of see to be fitting for even like Legends games. Because why not? Because especially thinking that like they are so rare nowadays, in quotes, because as I said, not really available in anywhere. Yeah, they haven't been available in any game since. Have they? I don't think so. They haven't been available in any game ever since, you know, introduction pretty much. Which is indeed a little bit of a shame. As I said, I would absolutely love to see it in more games. I'm still love to see that indeed. So yeah, maybe it could be the case that maybe in one of the Legends game there was a time that there was a bunch of, you know, shooting stars. Even though I know that they're based on a meteor. But still, like, there could be like a bunch of shooting stars, so you would be able to see them more often in that game. I mean, this is the way that I would hope if they would be added into Scarlet and Violet, that you would be able to get them only at night when you should be seeing shooting stars. Would be quite unique indeed. Yeah, back to thinking about shiny hunting them, it's a pain indeed because there's only really, I guess, 3 ways, but for me only 2 ways to hunting for it. It is indeed either SOS, which is, it's fine. I don't honestly know like which one would be for me easier to do, the SOS or just random encounters for it. I would kind of like to say that probably for me, random encounters instead. Because sometimes when I'm doing SOS encounters, I'm not paying that close attention. Because like, at least so far, everything that I have been hunting for, the shiny is so obvious. Even though I have been doing so many hunts. Still, the only one that I have ever really done has been Phantom. I'm still interested to do though both the Espeon and the Umbreon hunts. Because I just think that it is quite cool because I'm pretty sure that that would be the first game that you can hunt the evolutions like that. I'm not completely sure. Even though it's only 2 of them. But still. I kind of like it though. I mean, is it of course a shame that you can't be doing it full odds? I don't necessarily see that. I think the SOS calls, I've talked about it before, I think the SOS calls are like overall a very cool feature. Especially the ones that do be calling for other Pokemon than itself. Is it also a shame that some of the Pokemons are, you know, more or less exclusive to SOS calls? Yes. But, as I said, it is a nice feature though, in my opinion. I personally like it very much. Because the SOS encounters that like you can get that are exclusive to the SOS calls indeed. And like they are attacking then the, you know, the first Pokemon that you did go ahead and encounter, you know. Like in Sabley's case, Garbing, or in Marini's case, Cursola. Such a unique concept. As I said, it's one of the features that I really like. Unfortunately, I don't think that it would be bringing back. Even though it seems like a thing that wouldn't necessarily need to be only in Alola. More of the thing that, you know, we are kind of moving out from like random encounters of Pokemons, you know, not overworld. We're starting to be more on the overworld ones. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm kind of thinking that that might not be ever brought back. I mean, honestly, the only option really is to be having, at some point, Alola remakes, I guess. I don't really know which one they would be going for. I'm kind of honestly hoping myself, if they ever do like Alola remakes, that they would be, you know, kind of like a mixed batch with both of them. Like, I understand that like people were upset that, you know, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl weren't made from Platinum, but I mean, for me it makes completely sense. They were Diamond and Pearl remakes, not Platinum remakes, even though I know that Platinum is better in most things indeed. But then again, if we would have been getting, like, weirdly enough, if we wouldn't have been getting a Platinum remake and it would have been a Fateful remake, we wouldn't have been able to get all the Pokemons. Because there were some Pokemons that, like, usually the, you know, the third version, like, has, like, both of the, like, version exclusives. But there was, like, quite a good amount of them that were still, like, you can only get them in Diamond and Pearl, you know? Which I think it's a little weird. But they wanted trading to be a thing, you know? So, like, that is understandable, but it's a little bit of a shame in my opinion. Then they kind of stopped also the third versions. So yeah. But yeah. But I don't know. I would like to say that one thing that would be kind of cool if they will be ever be making Alola remakes would be that your like trainer or secret ID would be the like telling you what totem Pokemon you will be battling. Because there's like a good amount of changes between almost every single version there. Or you could kind of choose. And then again, I don't really know what they would be doing with them. As I said, if we ever will be having a Lola remakes, I would like it being a healthy mix of both. Mostly because, you know, the post game is, in my opinion, a little bit better in the older games. And just slightly. There's so many, like, other things to do. But I mean, it is a good chance. You never know. If they indeed ever make it. Because I'm weirdly thinking that, for whatever reason, that, like, maybe Gen 5 might be the last remakes that they are gonna be making. It could be still because, like, the 3DS shutting down, like, completely is, like, still a relatively new thing. And not everything has happened yet as well. It could be, like, partially because of that as well. I know that X and Y are over 10 years old, but, like, still. I still think that they are relatively new. They are relatively new if you think of how many generations have come after each. Yeah. I don't know though, it really depends. I guess it also really depends on how long they want to be keeping, you know, things on. But I will say that it's kind of hard for me to think about that they would be making remakes of the Switch games. Especially if they don't, like, do it for, like, a new console. I say that, and then there is some games that do be having remakes made, like, every once in a while, and they are for the same system. But I don't know, I just would be finding it odd. More of the reason that, you know, I kind of doubt that they would ever be making Pokemon games on the Switch, not to be able, you know, completely out of, like, that you couldn't be buying them at all. Like, I would find it quite strange, because honestly it's so weird that still, like, it's been so many years that these two games have come out. Still people buy them. Like, that is why I understand, like, something like the 3DS games or the DS games and everything before it will be getting, like, remakes, because, you know, it may or may not be, like, cartridge only, so you can't really be selling them anymore if you have already sold everything. It do be interesting indeed, though. Well, I guess it really depends on so many things. I will say though that, you know, there is a bunch of games that do be releasing every single year with, you know, a decent price tag and everything. I don't understand with every single one of them. Why would you like to buy them every single year? Because the problem is that, like, most of the time there is, like, not really that big of an improvement between, like, the new one and the old one. Like, surely, like, in some games it is indeed the case, but for example, I do be remembering that my older brother and my father did play the... I don't remember the exact version, but maybe 2009 version of, like, the ice hockey game. For, like... until they stopped playing around, like, 2014, maybe. Because, like... it is kind of a waste of money sometimes. Like, surely I understand it, but it's at the same time, like... if nothing changes too much, is it really worth it? Because most of the time, like, those games that do be coming out every year, they do be costing quite a good amount. So, like, that, and also, like, nowadays it's a big thing that there is a battle pass or whatever thing, some sort of a monthly thing or whatever thing it is in that game that you are usually tempted to buy. Some sort of a season system. I don't know, I just find it weird myself. It could be because I have never really been into games that will be like that, though. I just find it odd myself, indeed. As I said, I understand for the games that, like, actually change things every year. And then there's some games that have been yearly and they're gonna be changing to coming out in every few years. Just because of that reason, that they can be more unique. I guess that's my problem, because I don't want to be playing the same games over and over again. I don't know, Pokemon. And, like, some games are meant to be like that, like, I don't know, Animal Crossing, for example. It's really meant to be a game that you go ahead and play for a couple of hours in a day, maybe, and then do something else. It's just like, yeah, I usually like to just play the same games, I guess. I mean, I will say that, of course, it's cheaper. Because, you know, you don't need to be buying a game every single year that costs like 80 euros, maybe. I don't know, it really depends on the game. It usually is from at least 60 euros. But it is, and it's interesting. And hey, if you enjoy the game, surely you do you, but it's just like... I just sometimes wonder why it's the case. I guess for me, it wasn't for too long time, but I guess for me the closest thing that I have ever gotten to, like, buying a game in quotes every year has to be with Farming Simulator, funnily enough, out of all of the games. But I mean, for me it was like only like, I think I only have 2 years of it. But I mean, as I said, that game at least, like, things change enough in my opinion. And I also guess because most of the games that do be coming every year are sport games, and I personally don't really care. I've never really cared about sport games, so I guess that could be one of the reasons as well. As I said, you do you. um, yeah. I mean, as I said, I think that it's so ridiculous that some games do be indeed be making remakes, like in quotes, all the time. It's like the thing is that if you will be making remakes like all the time, again and again, I just think that there should be, you know, more improvements. Because some games, even though they will be saying that it's a remake, it still has like the same bugs from the original. And as I said, if you do be making remakes all the time, it's just ridiculous. It do be indeed. Hey, as I said, I don't. At the end of the day, I don't care because you know you. Just interesting to think about. Like, surely I will say that I enjoy most of the remakes of games that I have played. More for the reason that, oh my god, getting the original console to play them on is impossible. Also, I will say in some cases, if I will be playing an older game on an older console, which like is almost never, but if it would be the case, I would like to have the like correct size of a TV slash monitor. As I will say that even though it doesn't make too much of a difference, for me it makes, you know, enough of a difference. Also, it's sometimes absolutely ridiculous for the amount of money that some like original games go for. Ugh. Stretching. Hello there, Catch. She is on a mission today. Has been very hungry today for whatever reason. Like, even more than usual. uh, Guess already gotten a little bit of a little bit more food indeed today. Still wants more. She do be very silly indeed. She do be. Anyways, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you will be able to find whatever you're looking for, or at least something indeed. Always a good feeling. I decided, speaking of hunts, I decided that I want to return to my Murkrow hunt that I did start a while ago. I honestly don't even remember when was the first phase for that. It has been so long. It was this year, I remember, and it's in the Brilliant Diamond. You know, because it is indeed kind of an exclusive. Another one. I'm trying to figure out indeed. When did I get it? As I remember that it was very few encounters, but I just don't remember when. As I said, I know that it's this year. Where is it? Oh my god, how early on the year was it? Oh god. How early on the year was it? There's no way that was last. Oh god. Did I post it? On there? Oh god, I don't know then. I guess I could be booting up the game real quickly and check it out. Thought I posted it in someplace, but doesn't seem like it. I mean, I should be having it fairly quickly to be checking out because I have the game on because I was hunting indeed last night. Currently at 2.5k there. Which is, you know, a decent progress. Decent indeed. Because I remember. Yeah, of course I will be getting things eventually. What are you doing? I has just been with the Murkrow hunting. The Brilliant Diamond, I had just been not really doing it at all. And the only other thing really is that, you know, nighttime exclusive, and I don't really care enough to be switching my time. Oh yeah, my Chuba D. first one. Oh, it was all the way in. Struggling with the dates. It's all the way in February of this year? Huh? I don't believe. I don't know. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking, and good to hear that you're doing well. I don't know how dates work again in these games. I don't know why I'm struggling with them, I usually don't. I know that you were caught recently. I mean, I guess... I have not touched that hunt in a hard minute. Well, you know. It do be like that sometimes. I'm not feeling to do a hunt. It was more thanks to because indeed the first one was like ridiculously fast. That I was kind of like, huh? That would be kind of cool. Funny numbers like that. Because my first face for the Murkrow in Eternal Forest, I'm not doing the Cheryl thing there, was with a whole 61 encounters. That would be very cool to be getting it at funny numbers indeed. Probably the only one that I at least right now can remember to be quite a nice number has to be my 48 with Badu in Eternal Forest when I was double hunts with Cheryl or Mischievous. Honestly, now that I think about it, I don't know what's my Eternal luck. Because I did get both the shiny Badu and what is it? And a Rumble with Cheryl in one of my games. And then of course I did do the I started the hunt for the Murkrow and I did get another Badu. And in the Shining Pearl, where I hunted for my Mischievous, I'm pretty sure my only faces in there were the funny Rumples. I mean, honestly, understandable, they may or may not be one of the more common ones in there. But I'm doing the repel trick for Murkrow in Eterna now, though. One of my only repel trick hunts that I have been doing. It's not really necessary, but I don't know why, but I'm a little bit of tired of Badus. Badus and Wurmple, so I want to make them to be a little less likely. Wurmple is nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, that also does get rid of Silcoon, which I wouldn't be minding to be getting, because, you know, getting that jewel that there would be kind of cool, but it's fine. Are you yourself hunting anything? Oh, good luck. Have the checks for it being easy. I guess some of them are annoying, some are, fine. I'm not even able to be doing them even if I would like to because I don't have my games in that. Yeah. Do you have the charm or is it full out so it would be like at least reasonable? Yeah, 1 in 300 then, yeah. So like that's still reasonable. I'm at 94 with my evil vegan bird that I did do yesterday. Well, that's pretty cool. Have you gotten any faces for each? Oh, you haven't gotten a face. Jeez. I've gotten in my under 100 indeed. Shoe faces. And I'm also 1 in 300 in there. DAs, they are so fun, but at the same time so frustrating. More of the thing for me is that I would wish that they would be taking slightly less time. Yeah, they can be indeed. Yeah, I know. That's why I only do them every once in a while, usually like once a week. If I'm feeling like it. Because like, I mean, I do be doing like 6 hours at a time, so like, that's like kind of enough for me for 1 week. You know? And also, I like to be switching my hunts. Hunting other things as well. For me, it just keeps me interested in doing the hunts that I'm not that excited for. With the Dynamics Adventures case, it's just that the amount of time. And also how sometimes you can be absolutely getting so unlucky that you lose even though you shouldn't be losing. Are you doing with people or are you just doing with the NPCs? Yeah, that's honestly completely understandable, but it's so like the reason why I also don't want to like I don't like to do DAs that much is that because like I can get in 6 hours, I can in a good day in like this pumpkin hunt, I can get 1,000 encounters, but in 6 hours in DAs, I can get maybe 15. So like, it's so it doesn't feel like as much of a progress. I know that they would be having a higher chance to be shiny in the things if I would be indeed KOing them. I'm doing it with, or I have already done it, but I'm still continuing the hunt. But with Farfetch'd, more for the reason that it's, I don't know, a 5%. Yeah, I know, it is indeed usually better. Even though I am usually quite lucky with the NPCs. I don't know why. I mean, I know for one thing, I'm not gonna be doing Zygarde with that. Because, oh god. I still would wish that there would be another way to get it. Yeah, it would be indeed. Probably like another 10 minutes or so once I hit it indeed. Um, it's another super-sized one. What are you? I wouldn't mind necessarily to be getting super-sized one to be a shiny, but at the same time I kind of am looking for a smaller one. I would be more happy with a smaller one, since I already have a large one. Which, as I said, will be, like, honestly understandable that this hunt might be taking a slight bit longer, because last year, indeed, under 300 checks in. Indeed it was. So yeah, it makes sense that this would be going over odds, indeed. It's just sometimes insane how lucky you can get. Like, huh? And then sometimes you go way too over odds for something and then end up finding the rarest thing ever in there. Couldn't be me. Over 10k in the marsh, indeed. 1% Bidoof. No, I don't have a shiny charm. This is full odds. I know that you can't really tell it, but the way that I like to say that all my sword files that I have a whole one of are full odds. Both of the shield files that I do be playing occasionally on the Sinistry Hunt more on stream, the other one is on my own. There I have charms. What is... I'm curious, what is... because I don't remember. Where is that hunt now? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, because, yeah, I'm at 400 on the Farfetch right now. Like, on the third phase. As I knew that, like, I did, in quotes, recently get the 2 phases there. Also, that is also a reason why this hunt might be taking a little bit longer. Because even though the first phase for the Farfetch did go slightly over odds, the next one didn't go like at all, and like it's insanely fast. Yeah, slightly over odds at 7,000 was the first Swirlix. Slightly. That's also a reason why I like to switch up my hunts as well, because I don't know, I kind of lose the motivation to do hunts if they take a long amount of time. And I want to, you know, freshen up my mind with another hunt. Yeah, it's a slightly over. But I mean, that was like months of progress there, though. Cause I think I like started it like maybe in this year's like February or March. I don't remember which. And this was the one that I did get not too long time ago. Yeah, was a long time, but then again, you know, to be doing the hunts that I want to be doing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I understand that this is one of my only, like, 1 in 4K files, and that's why I like to joke that my 1 in 4K luck is, like, bad. Yeah, I love the Swirlix line. It's such a nice shinies. Yeah, I don't know what's up with them. Like, probably my only, like, good one that I have been actually hunting for is the Badu. All the other ones, like, they are usually quite bad. I mean, I have my fair unlucky moments with, like, my shiny charm luck as well, but I don't know, I don't mind it. It's still okay. And there's just some games that, of course, I have a lot of shinies on, like Scarlet and Violet, because Overworld so much faster encounters. And Legends Arceus, because even though sometimes you're not trying, there is still like a mass outbreak or a massive mass outbreak while you're trying to hunt for an alpha one there. Also soon it should be hitting night time because I have set up my system clock to that time. Yeah. Soon. Indeed. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I would be switching my hand to the old cemetery then. I need today check out like what Pokemons I need to be looking for and also like more of what, I don't know, moves. And so far the only ones that I really need to be looking for can be Encounter with Taunt or Soundproof. But I don't know, I kinda want to test it out if I don't find it today on my other game. Like, sometimes even though I know, like, internet is mostly correct about things, I still want to, like, try out. That's why I, like, when I was hunting in the... for the Galarian Weezing, I, like, started to think about, hey, it knows, say, it has an ability. I probably should be checking out what it does. Good thing that I did, because, you know, that wouldn't be too helpful. I mean, my shiny did end up having Levitate, so it didn't matter, but still. So I just tried a Gengar, Impression, and Self-Destruct. It's interesting that it can learn Self-Destruct. But that worked. And I tested out like before, like, because I wanted to be sure, like, surely I know that it's mostly correct, but I want to know it still. Watch. Oh, what happened? And also I would need to be getting a Pokemon with Soundproof, probably. It's not gonna be too big of a deal. But then I need to level it up a little bit because I don't want to be taking chances with one-hit KO moves. It's a decent amount of time, and also because then I can most likely run away from things. Oh Jesus, sunset time, let's go. So ridiculous. There we go. It does look ridiculous for whatever reason today. How did I escape that encounter? Excuse me. I like the sunset chime. Oh, if only it would be in here for more. It's only for an hour, unfortunately. Yeah. I know that there has been an interesting thing going on lately, like because it's a Halloween. Oh, it's shiny hunting. Is that people like to use metronome on the shiny Pokemon, kind of like trick-or-treating way. That if they KO it, they lose it. If they don't KO it, they can catch it, you know? Which is interesting. I mean, it's mostly done in, of course, Scarlet and Violet because people don't care too much. I mean, I wouldn't like to say that myself. I still do be valuing my shinies no matter what. So, like, I don't personally get it, but, you know, you do you. Even though in Legends Arceus I may or may not have like a million and two of one or two Pokemons. Yeah, it do be very tricky indeed. Let's see, next encounter is bunch of fours. Do the fours do the trick? They don't, unfortunately. Well... It you be what it you be. We keep going. Would be nice. I will say that usually my thing is that I'm very happy if I would be getting it under double odds. That is like, if I would be going like over odds, then I might be starting to get a little unhappy. Yeah. The problem with that is that I'm not completely sure can I hit it before the month is over. Because I don't know how often I will be doing this because, you know, like to switch up my hunts. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just down to luck how harvest works. I mean, could be. Hopefully not. But I mean, indeed. I mean, it could be possible. It really depends on, of course, how wanting I would be needing to. Yeah, probably, but honestly, I will say that I don't think that I would be wanting to do a 24-hour of shiny hunting stream where I only will be hunting one thing. It's just like... doing the same thing. It's kind of like, it gets boring after a while. I'm actually gonna be looking again at my shiny box. I'm trying to think of like what hunts haven't been over odds. Yeah. You weren't over odds. I don't remember you. This is for whatever reason the hunt. I remember my reaction very well, but I don't remember the hunt. I think you were under odds. You were the Forsaken one that was such an annoyance. Did go for like 2 whole months before I got you, and I did pretty decently. You were halfway through the odds. You were under odds. Well, I'm not completely sure, but like, how can you determine is the random one from DA's over odds or not? This one was over odds, and you were under 1,000. And as I said, I don't really know how to count them. Like the random ones, because like for legendary, I just count how many times I have been getting the legendary check. I don't know, have I seen like 300 of the random ones? Because I don't count the ones that I can be getting through at all. Like I can be getting to the legendary. Yeah, if you're not like counting every single Pokemon that you like see, that is like the only way that you can say it. But then again, like, because it's random Pokemons, can you really see that how many of these Pokemon you have specifically seen, you know? It's interesting. Because I know that some people just count how many they like see overall, and then like that is the way that they do. I just do it in my mind my usual way, that if I have a specific target, I will just be counting the targets. Like I kind of think it as a soft reset hunt. Which it kind of is. Not really. I'm not gonna be resetting, but like... cool to find nonetheless, the dudes. But yeah, it do be a little weird. But yeah, technically, if you would be counting like every single Pokemon that you would be seeing in DAs, you can kind of say that like every 100, like every checked, like every one of them that would be going over 100, it would be technically over odds if you have the charm. But I just can't be bothered with it. I know another way that some people also do it. They count with DAs how many times they have seen the legendary and the like overall Pokemons. Yeah, thanks for being here. And have a great day indeed. Hope good luck with your hunts as well, especially the DA ones. Thanks for being in here indeed. Always appreciated. Oh no. Yeah. The dogs. Another female Eevee, that's the second one that I'm pretty sure of today. Considering that this is Ward. And I have the harvest going. And it's an Eevee. Interesting. Very interesting. I will say though that if this Pumpkaboo hunt wouldn't be so easy as this one is, like I can see decently amount of Pumpkaboos in an hour indeed. And like overall. I probably would be tackling down like Eevee as well to be checking, because you know it's a rare thing. It's kind of the opposite what I do with the far-fetched hunt indeed. I encounter, since I switched from Swirlix to Stuffle, because I did get 2 Swirlix. You know, I don't necessarily need any more, so I'm just, you know, switching it up. So yeah. Yeah. It do be what it do. Yeah. It is still going decently well in my mind, the far-fetched hunt, though. I do be getting it's like 100 in an hour, even though with this I'll get more close to 200 in an hour, but as I said, it is a little bit more common, especially with Harvest. I would kind of wish that the KOing thing for like especially the rare Pokemons in a route, especially if you don't leave the route, they would just make the KO'd Pokemon to be more active. I would like that. Kind of going to like SOS calling, I guess, a little bit. They're just calling a bunch of help because someone is bullying them, I guess. So that could be quite niche, but I understand that rare Pokemon are rare Pokemon, but sometimes I would wish. Sometimes I would wish indeed. But yeah, I don't know. It really depends. I would like to say that if I find the Pumpkaboo, especially if I find the Pumpkaboo today, then I would like to say that I will be doing an old cemetery hunt indeed. But you know, I don't want to be starting a Halloween hunt that I might not be able to do. So I might just be, you know, going back to regular hunts indeed. I guess like I just don't want to be going too much overboard. I don't want to be going too much overboard indeed. Yeah, we shall see though. We shall see indeed. As of course I don't want to be, like, in this case the Halloween hunt, I don't want to be going it too much overboard, indeed. That's kind of the reason why I did, in quotes, give up on the Delibird hunt on, like, last Christmas, because I was just thinking that I don't really care, this could be like, I would be doing this anyways, like, for a short period of time. around Christmas anyways, so why not? Um, oh. It's funny because I of course only need one Trigon for doing this hunt indeed. So like I did put the other Trigon away again. It of course feels weird not to be having, you know, Trigon in both hands. You know, quite a usual thing for me to be having. But one, like, I did have it, like, a Joy-Con in both hands for quite a while, but I was still doing, like, the clean boot thing that I would be doing with the other part of the Joy-Con. I would be doing, you know, circles, interestingly enough. I was doing it indeed. You know, it is kind of, I guess, some muscle memory kicking in. Also, I have a harvest on, and please no Wooloo. I'm afraid when I will be hunting for Milcery here, you're gonna be everywhere, and I don't really like the idea of each. I really don't. Anyone check on the thing? Like, it is indeed unfortunate there is still so many Pokemon, especially the newer ones. Like, of course, it's the case for the newer ones because they have been having less time to be on the spotlight, you know. It's so unfortunate though that some of the newer ones that are added in, they are either in only their own games or they are rare in every game that they are in. Of course, as I said, makes sense, but it would be nice. I'm gonna actually double check because I think I have found another place where I might be wanting to. A nice one. Milcery. You're such a annoyance to be hunting for. As I said, I think it's a very cool idea and everything, it's just very unfortunate that, you know, it is quite bad to be hunting for. I think the concept is quite cool, but just wish that it would be a little bit more common. I don't get one thing though, that some people complain that some people complain that, you know, like, let's say Gen 7 or Gen 8 Pokemon aren't in the newest Pokemon games. Like, I don't get it at all. Because as I said, they are a new like generation wise of Pokemon, so like they don't want like everything to, you know, be in every game. I've made it quite clear. Sure, like it's nice to be seeing some more Gen 8 Pokemon or Gen 7 Pokemon to be in the DLCs. That's pretty cool, but like can't really be having them all the time though. Yeah, I checked out again. Milcery, whatever my thing, the thing. It is a pain in almost every single spot. It's 20% in here, but I don't know if it wouldn't be for the fog thing to be a necessary thing in the wild area. I might consider doing one in there. Because they are like better chances and also, in my opinion, a little bit of a cooler Pokemons. Like in one place there is also a 3% chance for a Mimikyu, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, I don't really need another one of them in 1 in 4K, but I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I don't mind it though. It's pretty sick shiny. You can kind of take it literally as well, as you know all the colors have faded. It's still like very interesting to me because like most certainly like Mimikyu was meant to be like a spooky Pokemon, you know? But it really isn't though. It's, you know, more of what like almost everyone sees it to be, like a cutesy Pokemon, you know? It do be like that indeed. It's just quite interesting indeed. There do be quite a good amount of Pokemons like that they backstory technically would be considering them to be very creepy and stuff like that, but then like the Pokemon itself, it's really not that it at all. Well, that do be how things work indeed. Like, surely, as I said, like, there is a bunch of Pokemons that will be having, like, creepy Pokédex entries, but Pokemons themselves, they are not too creepy at all. Also, one thing I'm wondering about is Mimikyu going to be in every generation going forward? Kind of like what Pikachu is? Because, you know, trying to be Pikachu. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind it, but at the same time, I think over time it's gonna be getting like annoying, I guess. More in a way that it's not gonna be feeling as special anymore. Kind of relating to the situation with and Charizard indeed. Like, it's a cool thing and everything, but it has been overused, so quite a good amount of people have starting to dislike it. Which is, as I said, fair enough, but Still, it is a shame sometimes. As I said, I personally haven't really been too big of a fan of Pokemon ever. But it's not like I still hate it, it's just... nothing really about it. I've never hated it, have used it as well, but like... it's not that much to me. I've talked about it before that I would kind of wish that you know, it wouldn't be getting special attention anymore. I know why they do it, of course, and it's completely understandable, but still. Also, one thing that I will say that I absolutely love though is the amount of like drawings that have come out of like Mimikyu, that it's trying to be another popular Pokemon, you know? And I think that's a neat idea. Because like, the reason why it's doing it for Pikachu is because, you know, popular. So why not to do for other popular ones as well? But yeah, it was a thing before, like, maybe it was a thing, of course, that people did make, especially like some Pokemons, to be having a costume of their evolution, you know? So like, it's not like it's really that new of a concept, of course, but it's still a pretty nice thing. Oh, you're boosted. Oh, then I encounter you. This grass, as I said, kind of makes it sometimes quite invisible, the thing indeed, but I can at least thankfully see it later as well. Hmm. One thing I will say that I really like the idea that they did bring it back again, like having ridiculous levels with Pokemons in the wild in Scarlet and Violet, with the DLC specifically. It's like, that is like a nice like bit of touch. I haven't faced. I did get one last year though. Oh. Hello there. What are you doing? Oh. You were there. Behind the pillar. I know that I knew that there was one of them there, but I didn't know how much it has moved. But you know. Guess another spot for a pumpkin bean. Nice. Pokemon Go is a fun game to every once in a while to go back to, I will say. Every once in a while I do be checking it out daily myself, but I usually just check out like what's going on around the house. I rarely do be going for walks myself, especially like it's quite cold and winter. Yeah. It's a nice game. At least if nothing else, I will say that, you know, for me it has been one of those games that has get me going outside. One interesting thing I will say that I did encounter in Pokemon Go today was that since there's now the Halloween background going on, and I did have I did have the situation that it was like in the game's mind it was like snowing as well. So it did look very interesting. It didn't have like the usual snowy background or anything like that. There was just some snowflakes going down. I know it's not really a case in too many places, but it's very interesting that it's the way that it looks. Because like in here it's a possibility. So like it's very interesting that it isn't done the best way, but I mean, it's still there's something. So I will say that it was quite interesting to be seeing like a snowy background a few weeks ago. Because like, indeed, it was quite cold indeed. It was wrong though, it wasn't like actually snowing. Like nowhere near here. Just has been starting to be a thing a few days ago. And it's not even that common because it's just is water basically once it hits the ground anyways. Yeah, I guess that would be the correct term. Yeah. It's a weird term. I know that like not too many people know it and I kind of forget it myself as well, even though it's quite a common thing in here, but you know, I never use it in English. But yeah, I think that's the correct term to use for it. Let me try the other way around. Yeah, I remember. I don't know why Google Translate isn't my friend right now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the correct term. I did, like, recently, like, learn what it is in English as well. Just giving me, basically, another way to say letter, but, I don't think that that's correct. Let's try it out. But yeah. So you know, technically it's not snowing. It hasn't like actually snowed where I'm in. It has been snowing like in Lapland for sure, northern part of Finland. But it hasn't in here yet. And it's not to be expected really anytime soon. Even though they're already saying that you should be changing your tires. Yeah, but I know it's something similar indeed. But yeah. I know what you're talking about. Because like I think we have like different words for like is it like in the air or has it hit the ground? Because apparently the way that we say it, it's like probably not like the real term to use for it. But in English, if it has hit the ground, we call it slush in English. Apparently. I don't know how close that is to actual thing, but like I'm pretty sure that we call it different if it's, you know, have hit the ground or not. I'm just, the word is escaping my brain. Well, that's the good thing, because I can just say that it's basically snowflakes that just turn into water. Yeah, we don't really get those too much in here. Where I like was born in there, we do be having like actual hail, but in here we don't. It's either we have the like almost immediately it's gonna be basically water, or we have actual snow. And it's like very rarely it's gonna be hailing in here, which I'm kind of thankful for. Because I remember that it was literally in the middle of the summer and it started to hail. I was riding a bike. It hurt my fingers. Yeah, snow is very nice. I absolutely hate the transaction stage between, you know, somewhat warm weather and then snow. We have a very funny word for that period of time as well. Because not too many like it. It's not, of course, the correct term. The correct term would be slush. But I have a funny word for it. Because no one likes it and it is kind of a bad weather. And also because whenever there is that on the ground, you know, the slush, it's just, it's so unpredictable. Sometimes it's just staying there, you can walk fine, but sometimes it's so like slippery that you fall. It's an annoyance. So I will any day of the week take either snow or no snow. I don't want the in-between stage. No. Because I remember when I was riding my bike to school as well. Whenever those were a thing. There was such a pain because, like, of course, like, you're riding a bike, and you are heavy enough so you will be, like, actually hitting the road. So... it's not too fun when you don't have a solid ground. Yeah, I don't actually remember when it would be the last time that I did see hail. As I said, they don't really happen like in here where I live now. Which, as I said, I'm very thankful for. Oh god, did I hate that. And I don't honestly even, like, completely understand, like, why does it happen? Like, why is... Because in some places there's hail and in some places there is something else. Even though I have been living in a place that is always have been a thing. Snow has always been a part of my life. A little bit less nowadays because... I don't know. It's a little bit warmer. But yeah. I usually don't dress up for Halloween. I've never been really that kind of a person. So I'm not gonna be dressing up for anything. I mean, I don't mind it, it's just like... Halloween in here isn't too big of a thing. Like, maybe kids are gonna be going for trick-and-treating. But for me, it was quite restricted because my parents didn't want us to do it. But yeah, like, Halloween in here, it isn't really a big thing at all. I remember that probably the last time that I have dressed up for Halloween has to be when I was like 8 years old. Or something like that. Or was, I don't know, I might have been like, maybe I was 10? I don't remember doing it too much like in here. I remember that I did do it where I was born in that place. I didn't do too much in here though. But yeah. I don't know why it isn't honestly a thing in here. I mean, I know that it's of course like... is it a good thing to, you know... send the kids out to strangers' houses? That could be like a thing why it isn't a thing in here, of course. Safety issues. And also because usually the weather around Halloween in here can be very much of a pain. Yeah, I don't think that... yeah. I don't think that I have actually like ever celebrated Halloween, like, at all. Like, it always has kind of been just a regular old day for me. And as I said, maybe going trick-or-treating. Funnily enough, for whatever reason, the bigger thing for us in here, at least in my experience, is around Easter. Like, we have basically the same thing going on there. Like, trying to get candy from people. Not like trick-or-treating, like, just getting candy from people. Or Easter eggs. Chocolate ones, more. It was more of a thing in here, I don't know why. Yeah, I guess that is indeed a good way to go about it. To go with someone. But yeah, I guess like our parents just were like very protective of us, so they didn't want us to go anywhere. Especially because, you know, in Halloween you're, in quotes, supposed to be doing it at night. Instead of like the Easter thing that we have, we can do it during the day, or it's like we are doing it in the daytime. But yeah, it is one of those things that it isn't just a like really big of a thing in here. Kind of like, I know that like Thanksgiving is a big thing around with the world in some places. We don't have it. We have like pretty much anything else around it though. We don't like celebrate that. And I mean, I don't know why, but I thought like Thanksgiving was anyways like a bigger thing that it was, like, yeah, it actually is. Like, I thought that like so many more places did celebrate it. But like, no, it's not really too many places. I don't remember, like, was it for Thanksgiving or when it was? It was like randomly, but I remember that, like, one time we did eat turkey. I remember it very well. Because my dad was saying that the turkey is chomping in, you know, in the bag. Well, yeah, it's interesting how different things are celebrated around the world, though. Because there's some things that we even celebrate at different times, even though it's the same thing. I love every single year when I say in November that I'm not gonna be streaming on a Sunday because it's Father's Day, and everyone is like, we had it already this year, and I'm like, I know. We have it in November. I said December. I mixed those up. Yeah, that's a good thing, of course. Yeah. I mean, of course, like, I honestly, I completely understand why, like, trick-or-treating, like, is bad thing. Even though I understand it's a fun thing to do, but at the same time, as I said, it's strangers at the end of the day. And I guess also maybe another thing was because my parents weren't too happy about us eating too many, like, sweets. one pack of candy for a week was our max. Soda only, or like whatever my things, stuff like that, only in special occasions. They were very strict about those. Which is of course like I understand it and stuff like that, but it is sometimes unfortunate indeed. And like we rarely did have any like desserts. We rarely have any desserts indeed. Or like other sweets anyways. Because my dad doesn't like sweets at all. Yeah, I guess that's also a good thing. To be checking it out indeed. Well, it's nice when parents are looking out for you indeed. Not every parent does that, unfortunately. Jeez, that's also a smart thing to do. Yeah. But yeah, when I was growing up, indeed, it was like that pretty much no sweets or like anything assorted. I remember one time when I did go ahead and buy some candies with my own money and my parents were very upset about it and they take it away. Like, actually they throw it away, which was like, it's a waste of money, you know. But, yeah, I just think that it was like super unnecessary. Like, sure, like, yeah, I know, but like, they didn't like it. I know it's my money, but like, still. I mean, my money, I did get it for my birthday, but still. Yeah, I know, it is indeed very strange things, but like, they didn't want us to eat sweets. So, that's their way to show that you better listen to us. Because there was like one place like nearby my school that did like that isn't in business anymore. I haven't been in like so many years. That did have like very good like candy because it was not like you get from like an ordinary store. And surprisingly enough, it was quite cheap. Or like, in quotes, like a special candy store. So I was very upset because it was the kind of candy that I wouldn't ever be able to eat. Like in normal situations. But yeah, basically if I would be getting any birthday money, I wouldn't be able to spend it on things that I wanted. Most of the time, like, no buying like food or anything like that. and it was like very strict, like where I could be using it, and I get it, like not to waste your money, but at the same time, it was very annoying. Like, sure, I know that I didn't earn it, but still. Because they wanted us to be saving the money, you know. So yeah. Thankfully, like, when I did turn into, I would like to say 12 or 13, they eased it up on each. Yeah, I know. It is very upsetting. And I still don't like the way that they did do that, indeed. What can you do, unfortunately? But I guess they just wanted us to be like more responsible with the money, you know, save it up. But yeah, they did ease it up on it more, probably because they did break up. Or did get a divorce at, like, when I was around that age. So, you know, my mom stopped being so strict. I live with my mom most of the time, indeed. Also, it will be what it will be. As I said, I don't care about it that much anymore. It is just a very unfortunate thing that, you know, that you can't be spending the money that you get from your grandparents or from whatever. Like, at that age, it wasn't even like too much money, like maybe 100 euros each year. Yeah, I know. I'm in the same boat with you. My parents were they were very like, they weren't like too old school like parents, but they were quite old school parents. For example, I needed to be outside at least 2 hours a day. I can't be playing with like electronics with more than a few hours a day. Stuff like that. Isn't indeed very unfortunate. And the only kind of computer games that I was allowed to play was either that they were like sport games, so I would be doing something myself like with Wii, or if they were Sims. Because of course they didn't want us to be playing, you know, as young kids, like, you know, I don't know, GTA 5. Even though it wasn't a thing, but, you know. They were very protective indeed. They didn't like technology too much. At all. And now it's kind of a necessary thing in everyday life. So I will say that if that would be the case, that I wouldn't be able to have any sort of electronics for a week, I would like to say that I will be struggling. Not because I necessarily need it, but I'm just so used to it, you know? Like, surely I can, like, if the power cuts out for, let's say, the whole day, which is quite unlikely, I can figure out something to do for sure, but, like... Still. Yeah, kind of the same story with me, that I did kind of get a phone when I was like 7, for the reason being that, you know, schools would like to have you a phone just in case of like doctor's appointment, let's say, or something like that. But other than that, you weren't allowed to use phone at all when I was younger in schools. If you did, you would be getting in trouble. Trust me. um, but yeah, you couldn't really do anything with that phone. But it was like kind of a necessary thing, and nowadays it's like absolute must. Every kid needs to be having a phone in school because, you know, it is kind of, as I said, part of it nowadays everyday life. But I didn't get like a proper phone until I was like 10. I started school when I was 6. The same year I turned to 7. And you know, it wasn't too many years. I was jealous though, because like so many of my friends did get smartphones when like I was 12. They were like relatively new at that point, but I didn't get my first smartphone before I was like 13 or 14. It isn't like too long after, but still, it's very upsetting to me. And the reason is because they didn't want me to be playing with my phone. It's just, the phone is just for text and phone calls. The first computer that I was allowed to use, because before that point, like only my mother had like laptop for school, was when I was 7 or 8. Yeah. Of course, it really depends, like, of course, at what point you were born, but I was very upset that, you know, everyone in school had, like, smartphones, and I was like, yeah, I have this very cool phone that doesn't do anything, and I'm not allowed to do anything with it. Because, like, it was the time that, you know, internet was fairly new thing with, like, phones, and, of course, my parents didn't want to pay for it. And nowadays it is kind of, it just is there, you know. As I said, things change. I just always say there's like a little bit of wonder in my mind. How differently would I have turned out if I would have allowed to be around technology more? Because I will say that I was quite interested in technology when I was in little. And, like, I wasn't allowed. But yeah, it do be what it do be. But yeah, it is indeed interesting to look for. Like, it is of course the case that, of course, in every single person's, like, in every person's life, things do change. But I will say that in some like, in some, especially kids' lives, it was more apparent than others. Yeah. I kind of get that, honestly, that, you know, don't be wasting your time there, do things outside, even though I absolutely hated being outside with people. Like, of course I didn't mind it, but like, it never was my thing. And especially my dad at the time, like that, like when I was at that age, he didn't like it, because like when he was young, you were always outside playing with kids, you know? And that was kind of an issue in my mind, especially looking back. Yeah, I would have liked indeed in so many cases if my parents wouldn't have been so strict. Like, of course, I understand that there is some benefits from being a strict parent. Of course, like, there gotta be some rules. But at the same time, like, why can't I enjoy my life? Question mark. Sometimes was the question. I guess I will say though, I'm happy about one thing that could have been even worse. Is that I never needed to call my parents with their name. Because I know that it's a very big thing for some people. Somewhere. I'm so glad that I didn't need to. But as I said, nothing wrong with doing some things, but there's some things that you shouldn't be doing. And that's just the fact. There would be so many things, I will say. I'm not gonna be getting into details, but there would be quite a good amount of things from the way that my parents did teach me when I was younger that they wouldn't be going on today. They wouldn't. I mean, it wasn't okay back then, but like, things have gotten even more strict. But yeah. Tired today, I see. I mean, I'm not too surprised. I did wake up and I was very tired. Yeah, I get that as well. For me, it was kind of the weird thing because I kind of would have liked to hang out with other kids. But like their parents did let them play like games and such, so they weren't outside. So you know what I did? Did go to my friend's place, did play with their game. Yeah, I have talked about it before. Like I was super jealous of my cousins that their parents did let their have like their own specific like game room. I was so jealous. Because it was the coolest thing ever for a kid. Yeah, maybe one day, if I ever be getting kids, hopefully I will be, in my eyes, a better parent. Yeah, I guess for my thing from being outside is that, like, even though we did have a big yard, I never, like, found anything that I would be liking to do. Weirdly enough. Like, we had a very big yard and everything like that, but I just never got to like, find anything to do there. But yeah. Also, one thing that I will say that I'm so glad about nowadays is that you're not being ashamed with Like technically with me, it was the school was shaming me for not having enough friends. Strangely enough, like, you know, when I was younger, you needed to be having a certain amount of friends until because that's was for whatever reason a necessary thing to everyone have. Like I get it, like why you need to be having friends, but at the same time there is different people. Some people just want to be having one or two friends and they are completely happy. You know, they would just be happy with the one or two friends. The same way that another kid would be with 20 friends. Like, surely it was never an issue for me that I didn't get along with people. There was certainly some people that I wasn't too happy to be with, but isn't that a usual thing to be having? But like, if I needed to get along with some people, I probably was able to. And I think that is the bigger thing. But yeah, I'm so glad that it's not that big of a deal anymore. Yeah. But I think that will be always the case. So, I will say. Because I will say that I would like to say that I'm not gonna be as strict as my parents were. So maybe if I would be having a kid, they would be thinking that I should be more strict, you know? Because that could be like a weird thing. Because, you know, as I said, and the same thing as you were saying, that there is some things that I understand and they're good, but at the same time, like, let people live. That could be the reason why I nowadays don't really want to be talking to my dad anymore. Which is very unfortunate because I know that I should be keeping touch with, you know, my dad every once in a while. But, it's just this. My dad is the kind of person that if he doesn't, at least he was, I don't know how he is like with that, like now. This was like a year ago. That if he doesn't care about a thing that you're talking about, he doesn't care. He doesn't even pretend that he cares. So it's kind of hard to be talking to that kind of person sometimes. And also, the other thing is that I don't think that there happens too much in my life. That's just the thing, that I just don't think that there happens like too many things in my life that I would like to share. So like, sometimes it's hard to, like, I know that it would be a good thing, of course, but yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing, because I think that like at some point in, you know, parent and child should be able to be more friends than, you know, parent and child. Because it is indeed still the case that I probably would be more, I guess, open to talk with my dad if we would be more of friends. Because, like, it's still like... I don't know, it's a weird thing because I guess that's the reason why I can, like, talk to my boyfriend's parents, like, quite openly with everything, because, like, they at least pretend to care, even though they care most of the time anyways, but still, you know. But yeah. As I said, I just think that at certain point, I just think that we should just be like more friends with our parents than anything else. Because I will say that I absolutely hated that my mom did like baby me when I was like 16. I was like, huh? I understand your like I'm your kid, but still. uh, but I mean, parents are parents, though. I don't know how bad it was with my younger brother, because usually the youngest is the worst one to be getting things. But I was quite upset, of course, like it is the usual case that, of course, always a younger sibling will be getting like special attention, which I don't think that should be a case. I just think that every single kid should be like equal, but it is unfortunately indeed like that most of the time. But yeah. I was like so many times so jealous of my younger brother that he did get away with so many things. Like, for example, I remember that he did break at the time my favorite movies, like the disc for it. And he kind of just were like escaping it. I understand, like, he was at that point maybe 4 years old. But still. Well, things change, things change. Oh, yeah. I would like to still say that I'm nowadays more in good terms with my dad, though. Which is, of course, nice. Always to be appreciating it, indeed. There we go. Anyways. Pumpkaboo. Pumpkaboo, pumpkaboo, pumpkaboo. What do you be doing? Also, don't you always love those people that say that do as I say, not as I do? Like, why? Like, why are you not doing the things that you're saying that I should be doing? Like, even though, of course, like, I'm an adult now and, like, it's more of a kid thing, of course. When you're a child, indeed, that is more of a thing then. But it's still, like, a weird thing to think about, like, then why are you not doing the thing that you're telling me to do? Like, huh? Like, what is going on exactly? Why are you saying that I shouldn't be doing this thing if you're doing it at the same time yourself? I mean, of course, I understand, like, accidents can happen and stuff like that. The things change, but it's just weird sometimes. You know, just be doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing, you know? Funny things though, funny things indeed. But hey, isn't the best way to learn from mistakes? Isn't it from yours or from others? Because I think that, you know, there is, of course, the saying that learn from your mistakes. But I think it should be extending to learn from others as well. It could be because, like, for me it's more of an parenting because, you know, programming, so, you know, if one person has tested things out, why you should be trying to do the same thing that didn't work, you know? Yeah, I understand, like, it's a good way to learn from your mistakes because, like, depending on the mistake that you make, it's easier to learn from each. Of course. Easier to remember to not to do it again, you know, but then again, I think others, like, mistakes are also quite important to learn from. Of course, it really depends on the situation because, like, we do be humans, we do be learning probably some sort of new things every single day, no matter what. Is it the big thing or is it the smaller thing? But, like, you probably will be learning at least something new every day anyways. Or if it's not like a completely new thing, you'll at least be getting more knowledge for a thing that you already did know about, you know? But yeah, I don't know, but I always liked in schools where you needed to look for someone else's work. And, like, you did know that there was mistakes in there, but you needed to, like, pinpoint them out. I always love those because, like, there is, like, some situations you might not be seeing the mistake, but if a new pair-wise watches it, they can spot it out, like, immediately. Because there is in so many situations where your brain will be correcting you. And again, this is a very great example from me because, as I said, programming. There might be, like, in, you know, there's different languages, of course, in programming that work differently. Then when you switch between a few of them, as I did indeed in school, you might be just thinking that you're, you know, writing things correctly and everything, looking away from, like, things that, you know that they should be there, so you're assuming that they're there. So you can be finding your error. And not all the time, you're told exactly where the problem is. So like, always, a new pair of eyes is good. Or if you can't do that, of course, go away for a while and then come back. My problem with that is because I usually get very frustrated, like, why isn't things working? So I just end up wasting more time just to be looking at it, even though the better thing would be indeed to be going ahead and doing something else. Yeah, it do be what it do be. And another great thing that I absolutely love, that is more of a thing nowadays, is that like, in most situations, indeed, why you should be doing things again if you have already done them once. For example, in my situation where I needed to do the recent course that I did in the exam itself, there was already like same things as there were in the like the examples already, like the example questions that we needed to answer correctly. So like, why should I do this thing again? Why shouldn't I just reuse this one and just fill out the correct information, you know? Like, why would I bother with it? Like, it's just a waste of time. And it's not like it was against the rules. You just couldn't be using any outside help. You didn't say anything that you couldn't be using, the help of the force itself. I mean, I know that there is ways to be making it to be the case in that side as well, if they would like it. But I would like to say that that would be pretty much impossible, because I needed to use another program to actually calculate things. So, like, it would immediately fail me if I would be doing that, I guess. Also, it's so hilarious. There is so many times in the website or in that course that was said that do not use AI. I understand, like, AI is a big thing and everything like that, but it's interesting. And like, if you use AI answers, they are gonna be immediately incorrect. But that suspects a question. Sometimes it has always been a little bit of a concern to me. And what if you just like accidentally write like the same way as an AI would be, in this case? Like, what if that's the case? Because like, it's always been a concern to me that I'm always like, when I have been into writing like writing things, I've always been in a little bit of a concern, like, what if I accidentally type this the same way as like some other places? Because of course they need to be checking like, is it your writing, Like, what if? I mean, it's very unlikely, of course, but still. I know that the way that, like, my big writing thing indeed, the way that it did go down was that it was done with the program, and then it did check out, like, I'm pretty sure that it did check out from the websites that I did, like, get information out of, which probably isn't the best way to look at it. The reason for why I'm saying that is because all of my sources for in English, and I did write in Finnish, so basically I guess it means that if they would be doing it strictly like that, I would be able to, like, immediately get through with it, you know? Because, like, of course it's not gonna be the same because, like, language is different. But then again, I don't know. They might be having, like, another program there that, like, smartly translates the language. Could be a thing. Because for my subject, I've been talking about it before, but there weren't really too many good Finnish examples, so it's mostly was in English indeed. Because I didn't want to use for my research another person's research, you know. It's just, like, feels odd. I know that in that situation you should be going ahead and looking at, like, what were their sources. Kind of the reason, like, why it is told that don't use certain sites when you're writing things for school. Just check out their sources. They might be more or less correct. That's why what I usually do in some situations. Because I will say that sometimes when you're looking out for certain things, there's only one site that you can find them in, and I have been always told that don't use that site. So, like, I just go there and then look for a way. Because sometimes it's very hard to be finding in some very specific situations. Like, things from other places. Because you might be, like, using wrong... You might be using, like, wrong search terms, so it doesn't pop up. But of course, like, it's not really your fault. Because, you know, not everything is perfect. And yeah, be cautious, of course. Ouch. That was my headphone. I was just trying to stretch. There we go. I will say though that there is certain things that I would have wished that we would have taught in school sooner. Like, for example, like, of course it's understandable that, like, there's different standards for certain things. But I would have personally wished that I would have been taught in school sooner, like how to like reference to the sources. Even though it would have been like, for this case, it could have been encoded the incorrect way, but I will say that that would have been like a quite nice thing to learn, because I will say that it was an absolutely pain try and figure it out, because like in this situation you need to be like having this kind of like text, and in this situation you need to be having that, and then you start to think that which is it more, because it's not really either. But I mean, generally what I learned is that it is at least important that you do it in some way, even though it might not be the right way. But I guess for me it was a good thing, because all of my sources were like the same kind, that I didn't have books, because there is like almost literally nothing written about this that isn't the source of a source, in my case. So yeah, there wasn't like any books. And also because the things are changing so often, so the books, so they would be outdated quite quickly. Fun. Interesting. I'm also very glad that it's over. I do be quite glad that it do be over indeed. Anyways, big Pokemon. Bunch of meow. But there was at one point there was like a ridiculous amount of electroikes everywhere. It was kind of a mess to try and get away from all of them. It was quite a mess indeed. I will say though that halfway through, or even, but still pretty cool. Or halfway through, I haven't even recognized it. The number has been going that high. It's just, you know, been doing encounters. Oh, speaking of that, I always love when I'm doing, you know, shiny hunting, and like if I'm doing it like off stream, I'll be having like the counter on my phone. I always love when my cat is walking on top of the phone and she adds like 20 encounters. I've done 20 more encounters than I thought. Cool. Oh yeah, it was the cat. I mean, I don't blame her, of course, because she really likes to be with us. Always wanting to be a part with us. be taking apart, I guess it would be better to say, if I could be able to speak. She wants to be... Which is, as I said, I've been talking about it a lot, but it is indeed, in most situations, the thing, even though your pet doesn't necessarily show it to you like that they like to be with you, but most of the time when they are alone, after a while they are very much appreciating that you're there again. It might be for first because they are hungry. That has definitely been the situation for us. But like, usually for her it's still more important that we are there again. She doesn't need to be alone. I guess I said, like, it could be the situation that maybe the pet isn't like too much around with you, but it still might be enjoying that someone is still there, you know, just in case. I guess because they can't really be talking with you like that you would be able to understand. It's harder to see. That is honestly why I don't always get like people that travel a lot. A lot, like every month or so to be getting pets. Because like I at least see to be the case that it is indeed very hard to be living, you know, a pet alone at home. Could be just me, but I don't just like to do that. Like, of course I understand that things happen, but it just sometimes feels a little bit of a shame indeed. For some pets indeed, that their owner is always gone. It's just this because like it's not always easy to be getting pets around the places, of course. It is like completely understandable, but yeah. Because I already feel bad for leaving our cat to be for more than a few days. Sometimes even a day. Because, like, we know that she doesn't like it. Which is, of course, completely understandable. I guess it's just more apparent with her than probably most of the other cats, indeed. But yeah, you do be like that. Always the most hilarious thing about the cat is though that you kind of always know where she is. Especially if we are in the bed. Because, you know, cats are supposed to be quiet and stuff like that, and ours just the amount of sound that she makes when you're nearby. She is making it very apparent that she likes that you're there. I mean, I know that she only does it for us, of course, but still. Still very nice indeed. I mean, overall, she isn't the most quiet cat ever. Because sometimes it seems like she's like choosing the path that is the most loudest. Most loudest is the word now. Most loudest. Yeah. She will sometimes do that indeed. What a silly cat she do be. Lovely little silly cat. Who apparently thinks that she's big. Because she, like, there is like certain, like, and she has grown more of like whiskers, I guess, because she's thinking that she's bigger than she's like supposed to be, I guess. Because it was quite interesting, but I learned it last night indeed, that they do be growing like extra whiskers. Indeed, if they think that they are bigger. Which is pretty neat thing. It could be that they are thinking that they are either that they are like long or that they are wide. So you know, you can kind of feel like how long it will be until you're at the side of something, or until your whole body is on the other side of a thing. Be cool. I didn't know it. I just always thought that, you know, she do be what she do be. She do be strange indeed in most cases, but still doesn't make her less lovable, I guess. Still doesn't make that indeed. Fine. Stand up for a while. Sitting for a good amount of few hours, indeed. Today seems to be one of those days that body is getting very tired of sitting. It do be interesting. Oh. Oh. There we go. Feels a little bit better. Yeah, I guess I'll see what time it is when I hit 5k. Will I be doing more today or not? But it seems to be quite the phase stage I would be in. Anyways, for. So it's probably gonna be taking like 2.5 hours-ish. I mean, that would be quite usual then. Well, you know, we never know. Maybe they suddenly just are faster. I mean, technically they should be faster than the like with the Sinisty Hunt to the side, because I can only concentrate on this. But you know, of course, it's at the end of the day just down to luck. Is, as I said, is Harvest working well or not? Because I will say that sometimes I notice that like something like Harvest is like actually working like maybe a little too well. It's very rare that I do be seeing it, but it is weird the times that I do be seeing that like something like Harvest is like working too well. It's just you're of course it's working as it's intended, but like you just don't see anything but in this case crash types. Of course it depends on the situation where you are, of course. And because, you know, some areas is more of the typing that you are boosting than others. I always like to think that what they're gonna be doing in future for Pokemon games. What are they going to be doing? You know, when Scarlet and Violet, they aren't gonna be a big thing in, like, the next amount of time. What are they gonna be doing for, like, the type boosts in quotes? You know, since there's, like, sandwiches for every single type that you can be boosting their type. Are they gonna be introducing an item that will be doing it, or are they gonna be every single generation adding another way to be having like a small mini game, and you will be able to make things like that? I honestly will say that I don't mind doing sandwiches. Could be because I don't do them too often and too much, because I usually just go with whatever. But I would kind of wish that, let's say that maybe like every 4 sandwiches that you make, that you wouldn't need to be doing it. Like, it would just do it for you. Of course, there's the thing that you can buy for the things from the store or the restaurants, I should probably say. But then again, they are quite limited. You don't get everything that you would always like. Because like, I don't mind it myself. Like, there is indeed annoying sandwich recipes, but and interesting ones at that, but yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't even know, like, what of those Scarlet and Violet sandwiches I would be, like, more of the, like, unique ones. What would I be happy to try now? Like, try out in real life? Because there's, like, bunch of, like, ingredients that I haven't had, or I haven't had specifically in a sandwich. Yeah, I just wonder, because like, it could be because like, I don't think that like quite like I guess unique sandwiches aren't really a big thing in here. For whatever reason, most of the things that we like in here, they are quite boring. Even though I like them, but like I will say that they are kind of boring compared to what the world has to offer. And yeah, it could be partially because of that, and also could be because like they could be like more common in some places, but then it's like only in this specific place is it a big thing, you know? That's why it was quite a nice thing in here when there was like... It was a few years ago, or quite some time ago, I guess. There was added like a good place that you could be getting like unique choppings or ingredients, whatever my things for salads. Like it was a salad bar basically. It would be choosing your things there and then pay for the amount, I guess a wage that you were getting. It was a big thing. I know that a bunch of people would like that to be extended to like sandwiches as well. Because I would like to say that probably the only place that you can get like somewhat of a unique like what you want sandwiches would be Subway. There could of course be like smaller places somewhere, but I know that some people would like them to be like more in here. Which is sometimes why I'm quite jealous of other places. Like, it's just like, it's the simplest case that I would wish that we would be having more unique chip flavors. Chip flavors, whatever my things. I would love it. Because like sure, like most of them don't sound like too delicious, you know, but you know, want to try sometimes new things. Unfortunately for us, it's like there is at least like 4 different versions of basic sold ones in different shapes. And there's like some that repeat through like that are like popular anyways between the brands. And then like that's kind of it. Then there's sometimes like seasonal ones. Then there's for whatever reason sometimes very unique ones that just are there. Even though like they're like the kind that you think that no one ever would be eating. But surely someone is, because why would this flavor be here after like a year? You sure about that? Yeah, it do be the case indeed. I know that the reason why there really isn't too many unique things in here is that they are so afraid that things aren't gonna be selling. Which is of course like completely understandable, but it is sometimes a shame. I like that, like, one of, like, our biggest stores in here, like, they have started to bring out flavors around the world. It's mainly from USA and Asia, though. Mostly from there, but I mean, it's still an improvement. There's like sometimes like certain stores get like literally for a week you will be getting this country stuff, which is like cool, but it's only for a week literally. So how likely is that I will be able to get something in there to test out? Because, you know, I don't think that the stock will be too big because it's only for a week. So yeah, it's sometimes indeed that, you know, you like to experience some things. And also, the unfortunate part is because in most situations, if the thing is imported from another country in here, it's ridiculously expensive to buy. So that's a reason why they don't then try it, because it's just ridiculous. Like, yeah. Well, you know, it would be nice to try things out. That's why I like to go ahead and buy noodles / ramen in from one store, like every time that we're there, even though that I'm not in the mood. Just because there is more options, things that I can't get from the usual store that we go to. Just because you know, even though I have, like, I mostly still, like, pick the same things, but there's still more options than, like, chicken in 3 different brands. But yeah, it do be interesting. I'm hoping that in the next, I don't know, 10 years, it would become more of a thing that Finns would be testing out new things. Because it is indeed, in my opinion, much of a shame that it's like nothing. Like, even though I thought that I would be like the person, like, for a longest of time that I wouldn't never want to try new things. Like, when I was a kid, I always wanted to eat the same things because, you know, it's of course safe to eat the same thing because you know it's good. Mostly. But I have seen it in the past, like 5-ish years, I would like to say that I would like to try new things. Like, surely there is always gonna be things that you're not gonna be liking, and then it's kind of unfortunate that it's kind of a waste of money, but at the same time, like, how else are you gonna be figuring it out? That you don't like things? It's indeed, as I said, such a shame. If you ask me that, I don't unfortunately have the option most of the time. But as I said, hopefully if it becomes like a norm that Finns are willing to be trying new things. And it may or may not become more of a thing. Yes, as I said, it is indeed kind of thing in here that we just like to stick with the same things. As I said, safe option is safe option, but you know, every once in a while something new and exciting would be nice. Yeah. Also, I don't know why speaking of food just reminds me. I mean, it is related to food, but still. I've talked about it before that our cat is very interesting when it becomes to picky eating. As I said, there was like she didn't like lamb at all, but now she's fine with it. Which is of course nice because now we can be buying the big box that is relatively cheap. That lasts for, you know, a month or so. Oh, and you'll be buying food every few weeks. Yeah, it do be nice. Then... Then... Yeah, look, she does, like, eat her food, like, no worries nowadays, which is nice, but... for whatever reason, if we give her, like, ham, fish, meat, whatever... and it is in the higher quality side, she doesn't eat it. Like... pretty much I would like to say that pretty much the highest like quality food that she is willing to eat is fish from sushi. Like if you would be like buying a nice steak, for example, and you know you're getting a bits off of it because they don't look good like before like you cook it and stuff like that, you give her like to taste, she doesn't care. You give her some ground beef or minced beef, whatever my thing, she is happily. She's one of the strangest picky eaters that I have ever met. I'm not willing to taste this very good beef. I'm gonna be eating this quite heavily processed ham instead. Good. And also because, you know, she do be having the teeth issues that she does. We of course need to be like putting things into small pieces for her because she just can't chew. And she absolutely inhales everything otherwise. Definitely doesn't inhale bacon. Going into a full Kirby mode there. Just inhales it indeed. Should you be a silly? Here we go. Hmm. I remember for the longest time that I found it very weird. And whenever I did throw out my Halucha in battle, why there was a special sound for each. But then I like understood like when it like why it happened, you know. Because most of the flying types, they do be flying. Shock. I know. Most of the flying types do be flying. But like, in most situations when there is a flying type, you know, it does flap, you know, wings or whatever. And then you can, you know, hear it. Of course, you need to be having headphones on and like actually be listening to it. But I really like it. Like, is it a necessary feature? Absolutely not, but it's a very nice thing to have though. As well as like in this game, this game is the first game that I didn't notice it, but it also might be the first game that it was introduced in. The thing that if a Pokemon is like doing a certain animation where it would be hitting the ground, depending on the ground, the sound is different. Like, of course it would be. It's like a nice attention to detail though. As I said, nothing really necessary, but it does make the game feel a little bit nicer in my opinion. Are half of the things in Pokemon games necessary? No, but nice. Nice nonetheless. Also, I don't know why, but last night while I was doing the burn tower hunt again, for whatever reason, there is two 5% Pokemons there at night. There is Zubat that is always 5%, and then there's Magmar that is only at night and in the morning, I'm pretty sure. At 5%. As I talked about it before, I did get a 5% shiny Magmar there for whatever reason. But I noticed yesterday that I did get quite often, like 3 times in a row, the Magmar there. And I very rarely do be seeing the Zubat. I honestly don't know why that is the case. And that could kind of explain why I did get the Magmar there. It's just like very confusing. Like, there's two 5% Pokemon. The other one I see like quite often, honestly. At least from yesterday. But then the other one I like never see. Like, I don't know why, but the Zubat is like nowhere to be seen. I mean, I have been getting quite lucky with my 5% lately, that I've been seeing a ridiculous amount of them, but still. And it's not like I would be having an ability that would be boosting it, because Last time that I checked, it wasn't a thing in Soul Silver. And I could be boosting the fire types. I could be wrong, of course, but last time that I checked, it's a fairly new thing. Not a nice change, though. It does make some of the more annoying hunts in the Sword and Shield, I guess, more manageable. It again has been really the only game that I have really done it in. Because you know, you can use boost for fire types, boost for grass size, and then quite an old thing to be using boosts for electric types. A weird one that is, in my experience, more annoying than helpful is Magnet Pull as well. Boosting steel types is water as well. It's always like nice. Personally, I have never used the water one. And I have not intentionally used static either. I mean, of course, Pokemon no static, it like automatically uses it if it's in front of the party, but like, I haven't intentionally used it. Magnet Pull, Flash Fire, and the thing that is called indeed this one, the Harvest. Harvest, Magnet Ball, and Flash Fire I've used indeed. Some more successful than others, but still have used. Still have used indeed. Well. Soon only 150 go today, at least. Not completely sure 1,000 would be cool to hit. But yeah, I'm not really counting on that though. 800 for me is good enough. As I said, I think it, even though I haven't really set it as my bare minimum value, that has kind of become it, because I can easily be hitting it in 5 to 6 hours depending on do I do the Sinisty as well or not. Also, I'm surprised that that wasn't a random encounter. What's going on? But yeah, it's still like a decent amount of progress. Of course, like some days are better than others, but isn't that the case with most things anyways, that some days are just better. Some things they do be better indeed. Also, guess who probably needs to be, even though I already bought like some winter gear, you know, needing to be having warmer pants. I guess who probably needs to be buying another pair, because the one that did buy doesn't feel that warm. Of course, I know that probably the end I end up doing is that I'm gonna just be double layering, be having another layer indeed. Random encounter of all things. Oh god. Yeah, it is very unfortunate because like I'm a weird person in that I don't like to try on most of the clothes that I buy. Because like my mom did teach me quite a good like way to tell if like pants fit. Because of course like sure there is the size, but it doesn't always tell that it's gonna be fitting, you know. So like I use that more, so sometimes it's harder to know like are things, you know, the correct thickness, I guess. Because like I will say that even if you will be testing out them in the store, it still might not be giving you the best idea. Especially for me if it is indeed like winter clothes, because like of course there is not gonna be a realistic like how is it gonna be feeling outside on the inside. So yeah, it is indeed sometimes hard. And also there may not be right now like fully winter gears there yet. Just still having like sales for for like summer things. You get good discounts from them, but I'm saying that I don't really need them now, and I'm pretty good for now with my summer gear anyways. I'm quite good indeed. So I don't necessarily need anything. Probably the only thing that I would need to buy for next summer would be a new pair of shoes. But that is kind of the thing that I usually buy like 2 pairs of shoes each year. One for summer and one for like winter, I guess. Like when it gets colder, more or less. It's not winter yet, but I'm already kind of wearing warmer pairs. But I mean, you never know, sometimes shoes they do be indeed lasting for longer than you think. Cat is on the move. Probably going ahead and eating something or complaining that there's no food. Eating. Let's go. It's still always an interesting thing how most of the pets work. They eat and they sleep. I mean, sure, like, they do other things, but it's, you know, mostly that. For example, like, our cat was very playful yesterday. She had a whole chew play sessions yesterday. Which is, like, very unusual for her, because, you know, like, every once in a while there's gonna be, like, one. And we have noticed that she most of the time just like to watch that the toy is moving than attacking it. I mean, it's good still, it's still gonna be doing something. It's just staring at the toy for 10 minutes and then attacking it. Yeah, she very rarely does like play with like by herself. She usually likes to play with us. Like that someone's playing with her, I guess. It was weird like one night that she actually did like pull a toy off the table because it was like one of those like toys that has a streak and then, you know, something to chase. She did pull one of them off the table. Quite interesting. I mean, she might be doing zoomies more than anything else, really. And now she is going ahead and chilling out just in front of her bed. Not in the bed, but in front of the bed. She's smart. I mean, it could be that she did get like too hot there because it's like, you know, cats are warm and, you know, the bed does keep the heating quite nicely. It doesn't last for too long though, but it still keeps it quite nicely there though. So she might be wanting to cool down a little bit. There we go. Yeah. No. Aggressive Pokemons. Oh my god, how many aggressive Pokemons are there gonna be? Probably a bunch because it's not like it's mostly them anyways in here. It's very unfortunately indeed. I think in most routes in this game, especially after the first few ones. Yeah, they do be quite aggressive indeed. Yeah, Electrike is normally 30% and Galarian Meowth is usually 3%. Yeah, it will be usually here indeed. But yeah, let's think. In the first route, I'm pretty sure that there is no aggressive Pokemons. Like, of course, overworld ones. In the second route, the only one that I can think of is Choodle. I don't really know, can you call it too aggressive though, because Choodle is quite slow. It do be quite slow indeed. Then on the third route, I'm pretty sure that there is few aggressive ones in there, but they are quite rare. Like, I know that Tyrog is an option there, but Tyrog is quite rare. In this route, there's a decent amount of them. On the next route over, there's so many that I can count to 0. Like, pretty much everything in there is like, either they don't care at all or they are just gonna be interested in you. But it makes sense because, you know, it's the daycare route. So they are not gonna be that aggressive there. Because why would you put a daycare in a spot where there is a bunch of aggressive Pokemons in? I mean, there's one in wild area, but still. Then I think there's a decent amount of aggressive ones. Some are rarer than others, of course. In Route 6, there's a decent amount of them. Route 7, like, I can only think of pretty much aggressive Pokemons. It's mostly aggressive Pokemons indeed there. Route 8, actually, it should check out, if I remember correctly, which is Route 8. I think I do, but no double check though. But if I remember correctly, it's kind of a 50-50, if I remember correctly. With Route 8 indeed. As soon as the page wants to load. Route 7 is pretty, indeed, very aggressive. How about Route 8? Do I remember it correctly? Oh yeah, it is indeed quite a mixed patch, because there is both of the, like, the desert part of it. And then there is the snow part of it. So it is indeed quite a mixed patch. Is there like a bunch of aggressive ones or not? I think Route 9 is kind of the same thing, that there is so much going on in there that it's hard to say, because like in the water there isn't really too many aggressive Pokemons. They're just kind of just popping in and out. Most of them indeed. But in the grass there is a decent amount though. Like in all the grass areas in Route 9. Precise pumpkin. And then I think like Route 10, it's interesting because I know that there is a decent amount of aggressive Pokemons in there. But like there is such a few amount of grass that you have to go to in order to, of course, like defeat the game. There's a decent amount of it, I will say, but like overall, not really that much there indeed. Also another supersized one. What are you doing, game? Yeah. I think there is a decent amount of indeed aggressive ones in the routes. Actually, there is, of course, a bunch of them that are, and then plus rarity is a thing of its own. But oh god, I always hate those days that whenever you need to, like, in the wild area, go near a piece of grass and then, like, every single one of them is aggressive. The amount of sounds that you hear. Like, of course it makes sense. Like, there's a bunch of them in there, indeed. It's just, like, weird. It's just like you constantly hear that someone is trying to attack you sound. Just attacking. Indeed. And I mean, I will say that probably the worst days to be getting it would be when there would be Sneasel weathering codes. Because Sneasels, I think they are the worst that comes to aggressive Pokemons. Because they're so fast. That's so fast indeed. But as I said, thankfully you don't like have to be going through too much grass in this game if you so decide to do so. But I will say that it makes some of the, like, if you need to be going in the random encounter grass in order to get something, and it's always gonna be the weather that is gonna be annoying. It's gonna be annoying. Like as I said, what if it's the weather that Sneasel will be appearing like everywhere? What if that's the case? And then you would need to be looking for the random grass for a specific one that you would like to go for. It can get annoying. It can indeed. I think after I hit the next 100 I will be getting a snack bar though. Gonna be getting indeed hungry, so I will be able to go with that power for the half an hour or so. Good to be eating, indeed. Eating is good. Can we hit 5k for the Pumpkaboo? It would be quite a number to be hitting. Yeah, it would be. And honestly, to be expected. I said, I've been getting fairly lucky in this game lately, so it makes sense that I would be getting... I would be getting indeed a longer one with this. And I mean, as long as this doesn't go to 10k, I will be happy. As I said, for me it's more when I hit double odds than that it's gotta start feeling did something. It's mostly the case only with like 1 in 4k shinies though than anything else. There we go. Oh, pumpkaboo, oh, pumpkaboo. Yeah, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I am like it started today that for whatever reason I would be kind of interested to be actually tasting pumpkin again. As I said, I haven't really eaten it too much myself. Don't know really why, but hasn't been a big thing, I guess. For whatever reason, I'm just getting a feeling that I would like to try it. You know, those weird things that you just, for whatever reason, would be liking to try things out. It can indeed be the case. I don't know what to make for though, because of course, because the last time that I did have it, that I remembered that I didn't like it. Of course, you would like to make something that you would think that you like. Those have been so common today, I don't know why. Maybe I could try to install some things. It's surprisingly often that reinstalling things help with your problems. It honestly makes sense, but there's like so many things that it could be affecting that you probably won't know, like what did it fix, you know? Because sometimes I know that I have been indeed reinstall something and then it has helped with a thing that I didn't even notice that was a problem. It doesn't happen often, but you know, every once in a while when it does, it's a very nice feeling. Oh. It's a dog. I see. I like that even though Yemper doesn't really do anything, still you can hear the sound that, you know, the voice hitting the ground. But I'll be getting a snack bar, I will be back. We do be back. Yeah, when I was getting the snack bar out, and Cat has just recently get the rest of her food. She was like looking at me that don't judge me look. She was indeed looking that don't judge me. Oh, I think that was quite close. I don't know why it sometimes just stops moving. As I said, I don't think that I have Joy-Con drift or anything like that. Yeah, that electricity did indeed disappear. I wonder how many times in this game Pokemons would be despawning. Or I guess a better question is that how could they have made like Pokemons not to be despawning? Like this if they don't get you the original spawn point. Like what could have they done in order to prevent that? I think there's a decent... Like, what if they would have just make like the pathfinding smarter? Of course I understand like it's not big of a deal at all, it doesn't matter. It's just interesting that in like kind of make the Pokemon to be smart enough to go back where it came from. It will be interesting indeed. Interesting thing that Arcade does would be the correct way to put it, not interesting CAD, even though CAD is interesting. Interesting thing that Arcade does relatively often is the thing that, you know, when Cat smells things and like sometimes leaves the mouth open. She does do that quite a lot. It is always such an hilarious thing to witness stuff like. Why though? Like, of course I understand, like, why does it happen? There is a very reasonable explanation that smelling. That's literally the reason. It's always such an hilarious thing to see though. Oh, mouth slightly open. Staring for something for in a good one of those 30 seconds. Usually maybe 5. Sometimes it seems like she's kind of getting stuck. It do be. Just smelling for like that, indeed. Is indeed an interesting. Also, I thought the cat was walking under my leg, but she jumped to the bed. So I could feel the breeze. Also, sometimes I'm wondering, does the cat see her own reflection in the window? And also, how well would she be able to see looking out from the window when it's, you know, dark outside and like lights are on inside? Because of course it's a well-known fact that cats do be seeing well in the dark. I don't have Rayquaza in Dynamax Adventures. I have Zygarde, Yveltal, and Mewtwo. On the other one, I think I have... At least I have Tapu Fini and Lunala. I don't know which is the third one. But yeah, I don't have. I did have it at some point. Because yeah, I don't know what would be the third one there, because I know that at some point I did have like Tapu Lele, Tapu Fini, and Latios there. So I'm not too sure, do I have 2 Chapus there and Lunala or not? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, on this file I definitely don't have it. I did stare at it quite a bit yesterday, so I would like to say that I would remember. Yeah. I don't know, Rayquaza would probably be one of those that, you know, it's a shiny that everyone likes. So I don't know how many people would be running it anymore. It's like some of the more popular ones were like done straight away. Because, you know, everyone wants them. There we go. Yeah, it is, I wonder. How well does the cat see outside now that it's dark? Does she understand her own reflection? Because most of the time pets, they aren't the smartest with reflections, of course. And I mean, understandably. I mean, sometimes when we do be showing her in the mirror, she's afraid of it. But sometimes when she does see herself in the mirror, she's interested. She's a strange one. I will say though that sometimes I would wish to know what's going on in that brain that the cat has. Sometimes I would very much like to know indeed what's what's going on there, if anything. I mean, it is the case with humans, indeed, that, you know, not every single second there is really that big of a thought going on. Just be nice. Maybe one day in the future we'll be able to know what they're saying or thinking. Surely I know that it's a big thing that like some pets uses those like buttons that say certain things. I think it's a pretty neat idea. I don't know if I ever would personally would like to use it, but I think it's a neat idea nonetheless. I don't know, but I think my father and his wife, they tried at that buy things with that at one point. I could be misremembering though. Because yeah, I don't really remember. I think like someone in like that I knew that they try those, but they didn't end up using them for anything. They did get rid of them quite quickly indeed. Oh, there are you. Gonna bring me some luck? Or what are you gonna be doing? Staring at me. Jumping onto the table. What? Usually, if she's like this, she is indeed jumping to the table, but this time, there she goes. I guess we're not gonna be having the cat luck today. That is usually quite insane. It's insane how many times she has helped me with shinies. The shinies that I haven't even been looking for at all. And they just pop up. I guess you could say that. Sometimes it feels like the cat is the shiny charm, even though it doesn't work like that. I mean, I know that for some people, like, certain like people are like that as well, that they are very lucky if they are there when they're shiny hunting. I guess for me it's most likely gonna be my cat then, when she's being a meanie and wants attention and I'm in the middle of doing things. You know, the usual. You know, the usual indeed. So I pick out one thing. No, not there. Run. No, that makes it even more hilarious. Yeah, I guess my shiny charm, aka my or our cat, is indeed interesting in Soul Silver because she has gotten me to 5% shinies because the Miltank was also indeed 5%. I didn't remember which way it was. Was the Tauros the 5% or was the Miltank the 5%? Because I know that one of them is a 4% because of Snubble that I was actually looking for in there, the regular one. I didn't end up going with another one because I wanted someone that would, you know, a decent amount of time there. But yeah. It's indeed interesting. It was indeed. And most of the time, she doesn't even know what she's doing. Most of the time, indeed. She just is and accidentally helps me out. Also, as much as I hate the hitboxes in this game, they are still not as worse that in some situations Scarlet and Violet can be. Like, sometimes you're encountering something that, like, there is no way that you should be encountering each. Like, actually no way, because, like, it's either that you're nowhere close to it, or indeed, you will be impossible to even see it because it's stuck somewhere. That has happened to me quite a bit with Orthworm, that, you know, since it likes to hide underground, that for whatever reason, it just kind of spawns out of bounds. And then for whatever reason, I hit its hitbox. That's not even close where I am, but it's interesting. Like, are you hitting it because the game thinks that you're in a different spot? Or is the hitbox, for whatever reason, just big? Which one it would be? Which one it would be indeed. interesting to think about. So many supersized ones. Some of them may or may not be despawning though. Jeez, there's a lot. There will be a lot indeed. Oh? Oh, Yamper. I wouldn't wish that a Yamper wouldn't be one of those Pokemons that is gonna be stuck in its game for a bunch of generations. As much as I don't honestly care too much about it, but at the same time I would kind of wish that it wouldn't be the kind that would be just stuck in its own game for long periods of time. So, since the cat you'll be enjoying being on the table indeed, sometimes it's hard to know, is it a claw mark? Or is it a bit of fur? Because, you know, her stomach area or the belly area, whatever thing, do be wide, so like there to be that be indeed. And you know, claw marks, they do be left behind. They do be indeed. Nice. Is that another supersized one? Because I think this is the smallest one. Quite cool being the smallest one and the supersized one right next to each other. It would of course be more like you can see the size better if they would be like actually close to each other and you would be able to like look at them head on. Because of course this camera angle is a little bit of lying to you. Not by too much, but it do be lying to you a little bit indeed. What's the supersized one? This one indeed. To see those. I wonder if in the Pokemon world would there be just bunch of like pumpkaboos around when it's Halloween time? Like, would they be putting them out, you know, as jack-o'-lanterns? Would they now? I mean, it would make sense. Or do they just find regular ones and carve things in those? Which will be unfortunately soon be done for today, indeed. Tomorrow, indeed, we'll be doing some Alvagudo hunting. We do be indeed. So, hopefully getting a good amount of checks done there. I would like to say that we are gonna be. I would like to say that we should be able to hit 600 checks on the Gudra indeed. Hopefully we will be getting like nice and close to two full boxes. I mean, we're just barely like halfway through the second box, but you never know, there might be a bunch of shinies that you find in one go. There's always a possibility indeed. Low battery, you say? Oh, you're boosted, okay. Encounter you then. So you're just running away from them. So used to indeed. I wonder how many is the precise one I'm still able to find today. I haven't found too many boosted ones either. Sure, there has been a few, but not that many. Not that many indeed. I wonder where they have gone to. I mean, surely I know that in this route it's quite unlikely that I will be seeing a boosted one because most of them they aren't that huge with that. So it makes sense. It's more making sense that I will be seeing more of them in the Farfetch'd hunt indeed. Yeah, we shall see indeed. I think this will be just shy of 5 hours. Indeed. As I said, progress is progress though. But I mean, the goal was to hit 5k today anyways. Another boosted one that... Another electric type to be boosted. That doesn't say much because there's 3 electric types in this route that are in this game. Quite common. But still! That would indeed be the case. There we go. Almost missed you. There we go. Surely it is indeed. How are you doing? Absolutely, it's worth it to be seeing the different colored Pokemon. What do you mean? It's always worth to be going. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be soon stopping for the day. But appreciate you showing up though. Tomorrow we hunt some more, of course. We do be indeed. It's a boosted Pumpkaboo there, but there's no way that I can get to it before it despawns. There's just no way that I can get to it. I can jump over that fence for whatever reason. It's too much. It's a fence. Well, there was one last supersized one, if the last one isn't, of course. Well, let's see. 5k. Regular old one, unfortunately. But yeah. It is indeed unfortunately gonna be it for today. Nice 5 hours and 800 encounters though. Not too bad at all. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Tomorrow indeed we'll be continuing the Alpha Gudra hunt. We'll be doing that since the badge quest will be done. Feels weird, but it is what it is. Yep. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!